Concealed intent, shudder to stress. Born of fool, employs tactics obscure. Of war, decoy, cover that no choice. Destroy. Destroy anything standing in your unpetrified, stomach the blow, fear, retreat, step light, each movement tense, no time for vengeance stalls, resting man.
Well, I'm loath to interrupt this song, because this is probably one of my favorite songs of all time. Destroy by Tailspun. But we got work to do, so that's enough of that. But okay, welcome back to Kitty Found a Camera. Oh yeah, I had a little rant because I found out that one specific door, I cannot assign this variable. If I do it, oh well, now it fucking works, of course, obviously. Fuck me then. I'm pretty sure what happened was, at one point, this reference broke, and so it turned into an object. I looked at the scene, and it was like, normally this is a node path when it's serialized, but it was actually like an object node 3D with all the transforms and stuff. So there's some weird thing with serializing nodes. Basically, anytime I do that, I should actually just use a node path, because Godot sucks, basically. Long story short, I think that's... I've kind of established that I am a Godot hater, despite having used it for like 7 years now. The honeymoon phase is well and truly over, I'll say. I love Godot like a boomer loves his wife, and when our kids graduate, we are having the biggest, messiest divorce that the world has ever known. But okay, I want to show off what I've done over the weekend. Because I haven't shown any of the new things I've worked on. Because basically, I watched an interview with Ken Levine, director of the BioShock series. Well, BioShock and BioShock Infinite. BioShock 2 is other guys. Though I do like BioShock 2. I think it's very mechanically fun. But basically, he was talking about the intro to a game is incredibly important. And it's only gotten more important as people, a lot of people will just watch streams and that's how they get their information about a game, and they'll only watch, if it's cool in the first, minute, they'll buy it. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to have a more compact and more funny intro. So I need to... now we have a little intro scene. So this doubles as both a much more gradual tutorial of concepts. Of course, the first thing it introduces is stickers. So yeah, we're just in this house. Eventually there'll be also an introductory cutscene, but let's actually look at some stuff. There is a secret in Mom and Dad's room. Under the bed is the coveted elixir. Green pop. Is it lemon? Is it lime? You've never seen a lime in your life. They've caught on to your tricks and locked the door, but surely there's a spare key. I think, first of all, what I should do is, let's go to Sublime. I've been updating my notifications, because basically you saw in the top right corner there was like a notification journal note thing. I want those to only appear when the dialogue is done, mostly. So like here, for example, exit plus. Because it used to be basically, the reason I had them set up to do dialogue in the middle, or to like update these things in the middle of dialogue, was because, first of all, there were no notifications, and second of all, previously you could exit dialogue at any point. And so I don't want that anymore, and I don't have exiting dialogue. And now we have the notifications, so it's distracting when they say something, and something appears in the top right. And so yeah, basically rework that. Let's go to cutscenes, intro apartment. That should be here. We're going to do basically exit plus. Or maybe, yeah, just exit plus. And eventually I need to make it so that I can use a consistent syntax for these, but... There we are. And hang on. Let's lower this a little bit more. Actually, wait, and I can also lower it a bit on my end. Oh, wait, no. Not your end. Your end can still... Your end will stay at, like, minus 10 decibels. But alright. I think that works, and then I'm gonna have here... I think another exit plus. Anywhere else we do these? I don't think so. Yeah, okay. So yeah, a few things that I want to do today are going to be mostly to do with this intro. And it's going to be decorating the intro apartment. Well, I think first of all, making a puzzle here, or making some sort of gameplay to sort of indicate what the player is going to be doing a lot of. So yeah, we have this still. Soon the green pop will be yours. Wait. It was supposed to actually have, like, a status there. So yeah, soon the green pop will be yours. Exit plus player set latest. Oh, right. Syntax error. There we go. Yeah. I need the key to the door or I will die of thirst. Yeah, I have to be much more diligent about exposing information at the right time, because, yeah, it's one of the big, like, problems of game design is making sure the player doesn't get overwhelmed. And also I'm seeing the fridge doesn't have its correct things, but let's skip that for now. We have the key now. So yeah, that's going to be what the actual puzzle is. I want to do something funny, probably like knocking something over or causing some sort of destructive chain reaction to get the key. Yeah, this place, it really showcases what the game has to offer. Buggy movement, I like that. I actually did improve the movement a bit, because before, it was like really fucking up. Like here, it would like fall infinitely, and you'd gain infinite speed, and then like all of it would be fucked up. Like the player physics would be fucked up after that. It was crazy. But yeah. So yeah. We need more stuff. Let's watch the TV though. I spent more time than I want to admit on this. It's an episode of Gummy Girls. Despite appealing to children, it's actually quite deep, with rich characterization and lore. In this episode, the girls are competing in the Sugar Town Sweetie Pageant. Cherryheart wins thanks to her secret training regimen. The regimen was injecting herself with artificial sweeteners to gain an unfair advantage. originally I wanted it to just say Neotame here, but I figured it'd be funnier if Neotame was like here. Because Neotame is a specific artificial sweetener that's like 13,000 times sweeter than sugar. I'm still not sure. I think it could be funnier if it just says Neotame here instead of artificial sweeteners, because that's a bit verbose. You know what I mean? Jokes can't have long words. And now she's been caught red-handed by Applebottom. Applebottom's furious. Will she say the line? It's not fair unless you share. Yay, she said it. The end. What a beautiful episode. This says a lot about the human condition. If you were in this show, you would eat all the Gummy girls. Then they'd have to cancel this saccharine swill. Speaking of, you're thirsty for green pop. So yeah, that's my awesome funny aside. Because basically my goal is to kind of establish all of the things that the game is. Basically, you do adventure, like mild adventure platforming stuff, and then most of it is like looking at goofy things. So you look at the funny thing, and then the funny thing happens. But okay, let's open up this door. Green pop awaits. Open the door. So one of the things I want as well today is I want music in this area. And then when you open the door, the music instantly stops. Yeah, this is our little room. Despite the rumors, Mom and Dad's room doesn't normally look like this. All alone. Just like me. And then the normal intro happens. Oh, also, hang on. I'm gonna fix that fucking sound effect. That drives me insane. Go to the world. There's something bugged with, like, playing a sound. For some reason, the animation players, it's, like, non-deterministic whether or not it actually plays the fucking sound effect on the track. I think because I'm simultaneously switching the tracks and playing a new one. So yeah, let's go to our animation player. I wonder if I don't have to pause. So I think that might be the issue. Well, no. Yeah, because you can see here, I don't even have... Yeah, I think I'm just going to add another track. So yeah, this will be like audio ball, audio crash, and let's go to reset here. I don't think you have that here, but we do have here playing will be off. Okay, so this way this should be easier now. Because, yeah, we also don't animate that. Delete that keyframe. Thank you, Godot, for never ever doing what I want. Okay. Add a keyframe. There we go. Perfect. Okay. And then we just have here, when we crash... Oh, yeah. It has the correct sound effect. Well, isn't that dandy? Okay, so now it should basically work the exact same as it did before. Try it again now. Take your time, Godot. And I think we'll still be in the introductory room if I go to here. See, and I don't need too much more in here. I want it to be a little cluttered, but not too messy, because I don't want to reveal too much about Kitty's life, basically. Just basically that she's, like, a a child living in a one-bedroom apartment, so, you know, not prosperous, but not, like, terribly destitute. But okay, let's test this sound effect, which, I mean, there's no reason it won't work. But then again, I would assume there would be no reason that it didn't work before. Okay, did the scary eye bring you here? Why would it do that? Was it mad at you? How do you get home? That small glowing object surely holds the answers. So yeah, I think that kind of explains the... Oh yeah, let's also turn off the music. Because yeah, the music kind of... I may want to make it perfectly sync to the player's actions where... Because right now, basically the music just starts 4 seconds after that intro cutscene ends. And that typically lines up almost exactly with getting the camera. But I could just make it actually line up and just have the camera kick off the music. But... I'm debating it. But yeah, so that's basically now the new intro. And I think what I want to do is I want to... Let's go back up to here. I'm still not sure, actually, if the PAX submission... Because basically, PAX wants a 10-minute video of the game that shows off all it has to offer. And that would include things that I think are outside the demo. Like the ending, probably, would be a more interesting thing to show off. But if I release the demo on Steam, obviously the intro, like everything in the demo is much more important. But okay, let's just do some stuff. So I want something funny that we have to do to get the key to the house. Or to get the key to the bedroom. Maybe there's some sort of talking creature. That would be fun. That would be kind of a hint at Kitty having active imagination. Because she does also talk to, like, animals in the main game. Or in the main world. So yeah, we could have something here. Maybe like a toy that she talks to. That could be fun. We do need to have toys anyway. So let's go to paint. Or no, let's go to Krita. And I'm kind of just going to start making toys. Let's look up some, like, I don't know. Young child toys. Because, yeah, Kitty is 4. So I think what I want is a mix of, like, age-appropriate toys and also just, like, random toys that they, like, found somewhere. Because, yeah, I'm also thinking back to, like, my brother and sister's house, since I'm an uncle. What would they have? Or, like, thinking back to their houses. There's typically a million shoes. Toys everywhere. Probably... I'm not sure. Some other things. Let's go to Blender as well. Yeah, let's actually model out the decor. I think I'll have ideas for, like, how to make the house interesting once I have that. This will be, like, coffee table. Generate. Solidify. Let's do like 0.07, I think. Yeah, that seems fine. Oop. Mirror this. Oh yeah, I watched the movie Project Hail Mary on one of these days, Saturday or something. That was fun. Or Sunday, yeah. And I enjoyed that. That was a fun movie. It had a lot more science fiction than like a lot more actual like science to it than I was expecting. So it's quite fun. Because yeah, it talks about one of the interesting things was like the main character was very adamant that life does not need water to live. And so his whole like scientific career was based on like finding life that doesn't need water, kind of. And that is something that I've thought was interesting. I assume scientists just search for water because that's like convenient. Because like we don't know all the possible ways that life could be, could be created. So it's like, well, we know at least one way that life has been created, so we should probably search for that instead of searching all of the galaxy for things that we can't possibly predict. But maybe there are scientists who are like, no, that's the only way life can originate. Because that was kind of what he thought was dumb. Oh, and here's the Gummy girls. Yeah, I thought it would be funny to also have like more episodes of the show at various points. But I'll think about that at some other point. I have at least one other sketch planned. Yeah, that was like a very like enriching activity for me, I think. I really like having sort of that premise to play with. Even though I basically immediately abandoned the concept of it being a parody of like My Little Pony because I've never seen My Little Pony before. But yeah, let's do, I don't know, like gray or something here. I do this a lot, where I just have like, I think there's a lot of different tables in the game that are just this texture with some grain on it, or with some gray. Yeah. That feels like a coffee table that you get, like some sort of cheap IKEA thing. Gray grain. Yeah, because I thought Project Hail Mary was like a comedy. But, I mean, I would say it's funny. It has a levity. It doesn't take itself extremely seriously. Oh, wait. That's not even in the scene. Okay. Let's think about what kind of toys would Kitty want? What kind of toys would Kitty get, actually? That's a better question. So yeah, living room, what kind of toys? Age appropriate. Gummy girls? I mean, I already established them as like a brand, so they might as well have merchandise. Hmm. I've already established in my head that this one's named Lily Lemonade, and everybody calls Kitty Lily Lemonade or compares her to her, and she hates it because she hates Lily Lemonade in the show. Because she's, a toddler who doesn't, like, understand that, like, characters being mean for no reason is part of the humor. She just thinks Lily Lemonade is mean and doesn't like her at all. But okay, other things, teddy bears, or like stuffed animals. I don't know, like Barbie baby dolls. Let's call it Baby. Because we establish also that there's a brand called Baby in the game. In fact, isn't that, where is that? If I go to car, probably player. There should be car dialogue in here somewhere. Maybe it's in cutscenes. I put everything in cutscenes. It makes no sense. I don't think it's here. There we are. It was in here. Hmm. Yeah, so I'll say it's officially a brand now. Oh yeah, I already have that here. Baby car. Okay, so we're gonna have baby. Hmm. What if Lily Lemonade is in the garbage? Maybe coloring books? Okay, and then like random toys. I don't know, toy gun. A bike or something. I'm thinking one of those little like zero wheeled or zero pedal bikes. Oh, I forgot. I was pressing right click as if this was Godot. Ah well. But okay, I think I also want dishes. Oh, I think we also want cabinets here. So I'm thinking we have cabinets go all the way around this corner here. Yeah, that seems good. So before I do too much, I'm going to do the easy stuff first. Cabinets full. Also, I am still thinking of, like, doing more with the, whatever I'm doing it with. No, what am I trying to say? Doing more with my, like, pseudo, or, like, not Godot engine. You know, like my custom scene format and stuff like that. I still have hope that I can, like, do something with those. Yeah, let's do... Well... What if I don't do this, though? What if I just have the two cabinets here? Because I think that... Because I'm remembering... I'm going back to my Mind Palace. And as in Mind Palace, I mean, my studio apartment from when I was in college. And trying to remember how much cabinet space I had. I think I had more cabinet space than this, so we should probably have more. This doesn't really get me what I want. What I want is probably something like this. And then maybe ever so slightly up. So that way we basically just don't have any Z fighting here. And I'm kind of thinking, what if I compress... No, the fridge already almost hits the counter here, so it's probably about as compact as we can get it. I guess I can just move this like that. So that way, yeah. I think I can move this inward just a smidge to make this line up. Yeah, this seems fine. Perfect. And I think one other thing that I'd want is this to line up here, I think. But yeah, I think at the ends of eras, I'm going to do a lot of like technical work for the foreseeable future because it's just, I'm just tired of working on at the ends of eras properly. You know, doing level design and stuff like that. I want to take a long aside to basically like make my own engine on top of the engine. Oh yeah, we still need to get this back again. Gray. Grain. What did I just do? Oh, I'm pressing Alt-A. So, like... So what are the other ones? So we can do, like, Alt-O? Interesting. That's useful to know, actually. But then how do we get animation? Alt-N? Aha. I'm a smart guy now. But okay, so I think I'm fine with having the stickers here. And I think what I want is you need to do something. Talk to some other character. Oh yeah, we need a microwave. Let's move this. I think this is going to be in the closet. And honestly, I am wondering, do I keep going back to Blender to put all the things in here, but like, is that even good? You know, if I come into here and then do generic microwave 1, I think. This microwave's huge, actually. Why are my microwaves so big? Doesn't even seem like a good place to put a microwave. I guess there's kind of not a good place for anything in this kitchen. Yeah, just shrink this down a little bit. And I think that should still work fine. Because yeah, they fixed it so that now you can use at least uniform scaling on colliding objects in Godot. Hang on. Alright. I basically opened a Coke. What do I need here? I think we could have dishes piled up here. Actually, I'm going to do that. Let's do, like, I don't know, 6 wide. This will be dishes, S-body. There we are. Nope. Actually, now we could have this so that you can get up to here on top of the fridge. Because I'm thinking, how do I... Yeah, if I position the key up here, and then we have maybe something that can, like, stand up here. So then, like, you jump onto the dishes, you jump up to here, you jump to there. Why would there be this many dishes in the house? They would just use paper plates. Like, don't be silly. But okay, I'm going to put these all in the kitchen as well. And actually, why does this not have... I have a very specific, like, format that I use. Use the cube for rooms, and then that has all this stuff. And then use, so that way we have these plain axes for just, like, I don't know, referenced scenes, basically. And then this should also be a room. Wait, why isn't everything childed to this? Ah, well. It's too late now. I'd have to redo a bunch of stuff. But okay. Ooh, we can have our little sticker here in the microwave. Hmm. And then I should have it so that if there's an item inside a microwave, when you open the microwave, you get it. That'd be fun. I'm gonna do that, actually. Let's just have, I don't know how I'm gonna do that. But I will somehow. No, I think I have a better idea for how to do that. We're gonna get this. This is gonna have a script. Container. And then this will be like export var door. Admittedly, I should not be, as I said before, I should not have doors like that, but oh well. Export var item. Pickup. Why do we not have item pickups here? Have a class name for everything. Oh, and also here when we do that, we should just do, let's just have, like, pick up. Function pick up. And we're gonna have our stuff here of, like, get tree, get first node and group player. Because, yeah, the player body may... I think this actually has crashed the game before, where I was driving over something, because the car does not have the player as a parent. Yeah, so this actually gets the player to find the item. And that means that now what I can do is if... We can do like a... Ready... If item... Let's say like... Is... Instance valid item, and item is inside tree, door dot opened, connect, pick, or like on door opened. And then let's actually have this be like as item. Okay. So if has item, item dot pickup. There we go. Cannot find member connect. Oh, because this is door opened. Right, opened is the variable that I have there. Well, eventually I should, like, not have that be how it works, but too late now. Okay, but now what we have is the microwave. We can assign the actual door there. And then here we will assign our key. Thank you, Godot. I couldn't have done it without you, Godot. Why did that change? Why the fuck did that change? Who did that? I don't even know Godot anymore. I just find new bugs. It just invents new bugs, as I've said before. See, I think if I were to make my own, like, hybrid Godot thing, basically, what I want is... Oh, yeah, now we have, Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what exactly do I want for, the intro cutscene. I think I want a pile of clothes here, and then I want the kitty's head to poke out of it, and then it says, Another Day in Paradise. And then you can, like, I don't know. And then it's like, I don't know, occupy yourself. Because Kitty's been left alone at home. I don't know where her parents are. Off at work or something. And she gets to spend another beautiful day destroying the house. Why do the lights get so bright? It's one of life's great mysteries. See, that's what I've been talking about, or complaining about before, where, like, at certain angles, I believe what's happening is a light is being culled in one place but not in another, and so its information is being passed down to a different light. So, like, this light here, because there is a light here, is just, like, getting the wrong information from a different light source. And it's like, how does that even happen? But yeah, basically I would use Godot as, like, a, That isn't even the correct thing. Hang on. Oh, because the stickers... What? Wait, hang on. Well, this should extend an item pickup, right? Or, like, Hang on. Let's go to the... So if we have item pickup and we have sticker pickup, close other tabs. I feel like we can make these, common. Because, yeah, we'd basically just have a function, or, like, pick up here, and then function pick up. And then have that. And then, item pickup. Where the hell is sticker pickup? Okay. That's there. So let's create new script pickup. Oh, wait, no. And that should just be in stuff, I guess. Okay. Tool, class, name, pickup, area 3D. And then let's go to here. We're going to have a few things. We're going to have a signal picked up. And then we're going to have a function pick up. And that's just going to do picked up emit queue free. And then here we're going to do pickup. Oh, and these aren't even tools, so we don't need that. Oh, wait. That one's a tool, though. So I don't think we need this here. Because I think it's fine to just have it on this one. And then I think what we should do here is, if B is in group, player body. There we are. And actually, we can just have this as, like, super.ready. There we are. So yeah, now we have that there. And so what we can do here is super ready. And we don't even need this. And we could actually have a new function called like stat. Yeah, because a lot of this stuff is also the same. So we could do like that there, have this here, and basically just do, you know, if the engine is an editor hint, if this, else, that, and we're going to have a function called getStat. Return no thing. And now what we have here is function getStat. Turn, wrong one. Okay. Function getStat. And this should actually double check string. Okay. So I'm doing a lot of stuff here. But basically now, if there's an editor hint, we do that. If we get stat, we queue free. Otherwise, we connect to entered, and then we do all that stuff. And so that means that neither of these need to know about that. And then we just queue free here. So we could also do super pickup. So yeah, we queue free, we emit the signal. And then we have that here as well in the item pickup. We add the item, and then we super pickup. And then here we can just do super ready. Yeah, let's just have that. And we could have a similar thing here where it's like if not ID, push, warning, sticker has no ID. Get path, return. Actually, this should be an error. Okay. Okay, so what are the other things that I want here? I think that now makes all of these have common behavior. So all of that was basically so that I can have this, say, pickup, instead of item pickup. And now it should work exactly the same way. And I should be able to connect both of those together. But okay, because yeah, we don't need intro key pickup. We need sticker pickup. I just got confused there because I just assumed they were both already like the same class. But okay, so yeah, eventually move the spawn to here, I think. Okay, a new sticker. Beautiful. Someone was going to microwave these stickers. This is how TVs work in the future. I think I want a brighter screen here. So if we go back to the TV. Home TV here should have... Let's go to this. Make unique. I'm going to say 3 here. Okay. Oh yeah, what was I checking? Oh yeah, just to make sure that the brightness looks good. Yeah, it looks fine. Yeah, that lighting, the lighting bugs are pissing me off though. That's a serious problem. Oh, it's probably because, okay, I see what it is. presumably, it's because of this microwave has a light inside of it. And we weren't getting these issues before. So hang on. What if we hide the microwave? So the light is hidden, but is it because the microwave is doing something? Because, I mean, that was the issue with the other area. So if we hide... Where the heck is it? It'd probably be in kitchen. Which is not part of that. It's part of this. Hide that. No, okay. That didn't solve it. That makes sense. Because why would that solve it? Because the light's already hidden. But that does beg the question as to why it only happened when I added the microwave. Oh yeah, and my brother's back, so I'll say hi to him. Have I even done anything today so far? I don't know. My brother bought a set of meta glasses. I actually don't know what the use of them is going to be. But who knows. Why is that door not in the right place? Hang on, let's go to... wherever the hell I'm going to. Mirror? Because there should be a wisp here. And that should be... I think it should just be further forward. So is this... I have these set up in a weird way. Because, yeah, some of these doors, they have the door actually at the top level node. And some of them, it's like the handle itself is the interactable object. So that's where I set the wisp at. My controller stopped working. And things are all fucked. What the fuck is happening? Hang on. What was happening there? Oh, and this is just the overall time, I guess. Interesting. Wait, what the heck is this? I don't know. I don't care. I can't do everything. I can't do anything. Oh, it's actually quite difficult to find... Okay, hang on. I need to improve the microwave as well. Which also, for some reason, does not have its wisp. What are the warnings here? Root node of the scene is recommended not to be transformed. Well, then don't transform it. What's the deal with this? Who did that? I didn't do that. Oh, is that why... I don't know what happened. Who cares? Godot sucks. Okay, because this thing doesn't have its body, again, as usual. And then also what I want is, I want the entire body here. No, I want this whole body here. This should also be interactable, because it's going to be a handle. And then it's going to affect this door. And so now these should have the same interactable surface, so that way you can look at the body of the microwave itself, and that will count as a door handle. Because otherwise you have to look directly at the handle, and it's kind of awkward. Yeah, so now you can actually just look at it from the side like this. You don't have to look at it like this. Perfect, okay. And then how do we get up to other things from here? We could open the fridge door, jump to the fridge door. No, that's too complicated. Is it too complicated? I mean, it's too difficult, I think. Oh, the ceiling's too low to get up on top of the fridge anyway, so we don't even need to worry about that. Yeah, that lighting bug. Where the lighting changes at certain angles. Is there any reports of this in Godot? Or is this just like yet another thing that I'm the only person on Earth who's ever experienced? Because I'm the only person using Godot to make a video game. Okay. So if I did Godot, no. Light. Brightness. Let's just look for that. Spotlight 3D shadow, light, Maybe at like a certain angle? Yeah, let's see here. I don't know if there's any adjustments cause changes. Spotlight with high angle break shadow. Angle 2 flickering rotation. Let's say light brightness changes. So camera exposure changes ambient light. Okay, actually, let's make sure that it's like... We should probably filter this for like, not like 17-year-old issues. What's this? No, that's not right. HDR brightness periodically flickers. No. If only I could read. This would be much easier. Because, yeah, my eyes are kind of glazing over with how many different similar things there are. So, right. Environment appears too bright. Adjustments. So let's say light randomly changes. Camera position. Broken viewport camera, no. Because now it's going to be all about the camera, not the lighting. Exhibits flickering when moved around? No, but these are about shadows. I don't need the shadows. Yeah, let's not go through all the closed ones first. Let's go through the open ones and see if there's anything here. Shadow flickers when camera moves. Jitters, shadows. Geometry cull failure and light flickering at particular camera far near values. That could be something. Maybe it's like a culling. Hmm. Okay, I don't need that right now. Camera method, unproject position. Camera light rotation doesn't work. Meshes do not cast shadows when they are on a layer that is not rendered by the camera. Yeah, I don't think there's been a thing here. I guess we can have, like, we can specifically look for bugs. Label bug. Maybe milestone 4.7 would be a good one, because I bet you they haven't actually put it... No, that's not what I need. Can I search directly for a milestone? Light changes camera position. Lights incorrectly culled. Maybe this one? No, I think this is a thing that I actually, like, applied. Yeah, I applied the, I literally tried applying this patch to fix the bug. And I don't think it even changed anything, because I think I still can I only have, like, it feels like I can only use, like, one light per object. Actually, what if it's, hang on. What if it's because of my shader, now that I'm thinking about it? What does my shader do that's different? Is this not even a bug with Godot? And don't I have, like, a so I think these are all triplanar. So how does that get its lighting here? Okay, we have a lighting shader. And that does nothing. Okay, so the lighting is just completely the same for all of these. So, okay, our lighting does nothing special. But also, if we're in the apartment, can I even trigger this bug in here? Because if it was... I think it must be to do with the camera spotlight. I think that's the only possibility. Basically, I think what's happening is there is a spotlight on the camera. And for some reason... Is this the right light? No, this isn't the right light. No, that's a debug light. I guess I'll kind of remove these. Well, I'll remove the debug things for now, because we don't need those. But this spotlight, I believe this spotlight... Oh, maybe it's because it's right at the same position as the camera? Well, no, it's not. What if it's just... I don't know, what if it's always behind the camera? I don't get it. I think there's just something weird about this spotlight. What if I just turn this on? No, that doesn't change it. But yeah, just certain angles. What if I turn that off, go to debug monitors, and we just kind of monitor for everything? So at this one, the lighting is not crazy. Or so these are... Hang on, can I like fucking alt-tab to the thing that I'm trying to look at? Okay, now it's different. Okay. We do see that things are being rendered that weren't being rendered before. Okay, so something is being culled, and that's fixing the lighting. But why? Why does that change a light's behavior? I think now we need to narrow down which object it is, and I don't know how to do that. I guess we could just get everything that isn't, So, like, if I hid this, for example. Okay, so we still have the issue. What if we hide the bathroom? Okay, so it was something in here. Is it the doors? Wait, what would it be? Is it the floor? Oh, is it the mirror? Oh. Okay, hang on. Oh, interesting. Okay. So when the mirror does something, for some reason, it like doubles the lights, I think. Okay, okay. So specifically, somehow, the light of the mirror is infiltrating the real world or something like that. Completely impossible to decipher why that would be happening, though, because it's still only certain angles that it happens. But somehow, the mirror causes extra rendering issues. Okay, let's double check that, though. Yeah. So can we clear... I don't care. But yeah, you can see that that, like, doubles our rendering requirements as well. Though actually doesn't substantially increase the number of draw calls, which is nice. Interesting. Hang on. Fix this door for a little bit. So that way we don't get stuck between the chair and the couch. But okay. So now I've actually narrowed down where that bug happens. That's going to be a very tricky bug to solve, I think, because lights are rendered... So... Should be in bugs somewhere. Is it not? Did I never even write down this bug? Oh, maybe I thought I fixed it. Oh, no. I basically just had a workaround. But I think, yeah. Mirrors somehow... double brightness of lights? But I don't get what it's doing. Is it because... I just don't know what it's doing. I just don't know how it works like that. Somehow it's being culled. I think what's maybe happening is it's being culled from one... Or it's being culled from this in one place, but not in another place, so the light renders twice, but it doesn't render in this plane? That doesn't make any sense, though. How would that even happen? Hang on, I'm going to sit down. Honestly, I'd sooner cut lights than the, I'd sooner cut the lights than cut the mirrors, so I'll have to figure out how that's going to work. And unfortunately, Godot no longer has fully baked lighting, because I tried that for a little bit, on and off. Because, yeah, this is one of the only scenes in the game that's fully statically lit. So I was thinking, like, well, I could just remove dynamic lights entirely, but it doesn't work. But okay, let's ignore that for now. We actually need to figure out more important things, like the actual like puzzle and gameplay in this area, rather than fiddling with the lights forever. How is this thing not like... There we go. Now it finally goes all the way around. So yeah, I'm thinking we have like a shelf, S-body, and we just have a couple shelves. And then we'd have, I don't know, something in here otherwise. I don't know, we could link a... Do we have a hamper? Hang on. I know there's one in the duplex. Yeah, so we're just going to append that from the duplex. Or I'm going to do... Go to the duplex, make a custom thing. And that way we can have that as like a thing that's perpetually there. And we will have, I guess, no in-unit washer and dryer. And let's see, products vacuum. Okay. So this is now going to be new collection, hamper. And then get all that stuff. I don't even think we have the texture for it yet. All right, now we go duplex collection hamper. There we are. Okay. That's fine. And then, yeah, I guess this will be... Let's just call this interior. Hamper. Okay, and then come back to here. And then we're going to link that. Whatever it was, interior laundry hamper. That feels fine. Well, no, we wouldn't have a laundry hamper in the, it'd be in the bedroom. And the bedroom's very useful because it's all black. So I don't even need to worry about it. Okay, go back to the apartment. We need more shelves, I think. Because we're going to have things like, products. Let's see, where's our detergent? Cube. Then have all of these also as children of the cube. Okay. Let's also make sure that these are kind of like evenly spaced-ish. Do I want to also move this in a little bit? Okay. That feels fine. And then let's link our classic boxes. Or, I don't know, plunger. Of course you need a plunger. Every toilet has a plunger. And I'm trying to think, what else can we add in here? Jug cleaning? Well, these should obviously be higher up, because a small child being left alone should not be allowed to drink the delicious antifreeze. There we are. Oil jug, plunger, spray bottle. Spray bottle will be good. I'll just have to figure out what spray bottle we'd actually be using here. Do we even have, like, spray bottles as a thing? Jug cleaning. Oh, wait, no. Okay, it's because there's two different things here. Okay, so we're going to call that, like, bleach, then. There we go. Okay. And then, yeah, where's our spray bottles? I'll just do a new inherited scene. Godot always knows what I want. Okay, create collision shape. There we are. And this should also be under, isn't it layer 6, mask 8? And not layer 1? Okay. Products. Spray bottle. Okay. Don't need that yet. Okay, that seems fine. And that's not the issue. Yeah, so I suspect there's something pretty deep in Godot if we duplicate lights. Hmm. Let's actually look for, like, Godot viewport custom lights or something like that. So, like, light viewport. And let's say 3D. And we'll just have it as a bug. Hmm. Whole viewport transparent. Ah. When I added another light, but with layer 1 visibility and set range to that and 0, all is working fine, no extra lights from other viewport. If the current rendering image does not have a light, it's using old light data from the viewport texture. Without light objects, it just does not overwrite light data. Okay. So yeah, as I was saying... Let's double check what this is causing issues as. So main camera with color mask layer 1. Any lights at layer 2. Sub viewport's camera with default color mask all layers active. Main camera applying lights from viewport texture if it rendered on screen. It works in editor too when you put in preview mode of main camera selecting sub viewport to see the... Oh, okay. And that's why I'm not seeing this in the editor, because the editor has all the lights visible. Wait, but that still doesn't actually answer the question, because it's not that we're seeing the light once. It's that we're seeing it twice, I think, in the same position. Or maybe... Oh, wait, no. Okay. It could still be doing something with the invisible lights, but it's grabbing a light from the mirror reflection. And I guess, honestly, I should probably fix this before the demo releases. Because I don't want weird flickering and glitching and stuff. But that does seem like the correct... Okay. Applying light from viewport texture. Let's say, actually, yeah. Because, yeah, this seems to be the extra one. Or maybe, let's go to the mirror. Or no, let's go to the player. Because, yeah, we might get a more accurate thing if I remember what the node is called. Is it sub-viewport specifically? Yeah, sub-viewport. Yeah, let's look up viewport. Resizing sub-viewport container. No. Interactive view frustum in editor viewport. If I put this in quotes, because I think it's giving me a bunch of stuff that isn't relevant. Okay. That helps a bit. In that it's completely removed now. But if we did, I guess we'd have to do probably like lights. sub viewport. Okay, so our only thing here is our only hope is this. But yeah, it seems to be basically a sub viewport will occasionally leave extra lights that aren't like removed from whatever list of things to render is, I guess. And then that is then reused by the main viewport. So when it renders a light, it re-renders it again. And that, if we go to Godot, we're going to have to do a lot of digging then, because it's specifically in the drivers for GLES 3, I believe. No, wait, no. We're still using Vulkan, but we're using the mobile renderer specifically. Actually, let's double check if I switched this to the forward plus renderer. Hang on, let's cancel that. I'm gonna save my stuff first, so that way if anything breaks, I don't have to, like, I can just revert it. What have I done so far, actually? I guess just, barely any work? Yeah, I don't think I've actually done anything yet. I made it so you get the sticker out of a microwave instead of picking it up off the ground, and then basically nothing else. Yeah, not my most productive of days. Because yeah, the past, like, I think I burned myself out a little bit last week when I was streaming like 11 hours or whatever. But okay. Now, oh, we still have the same issue though. Oh wait, no. I just realized I haven't actually said it yet. I forgot the whole point was to do that. And then the game will look different. I don't really care. I'm just going to see if it's specifically the mobile renderer that has this issue. And if it is, I mean, I could... I don't know. I still think the forward plus renderer is overkill, but it might be worth it. Ooh, shit's fucking up. My whole computer is falling apart. Okay. Basically what we're looking for is... Does that break? No. Okay. So, in an emergency, I believe we could just use the forward plus renderer. And honestly, I might just do that because I don't know if we're going to even have, like, significant issues with this. So yeah, now my next step is, where do we put the key? Yeah, I'll just say for now, forward plus is fine enough. We're gonna go here, we're gonna say could ship, mobile renderer only. I can just live with. Well, actually, I should double check to make sure. What if we... I'm just going to do player, toggle, no clip. Let's make sure the game works before I dismiss that out of hand as, like, a thing that doesn't matter. Oh. Wait, what? There we are. Alright. Everything looks about the same. Didn't I set this? Oh, I think it's because apply doesn't actually... It doesn't... Or, I was pressing B, which cancels the settings. But it doesn't actually, like, undo what you changed. Okay, I think some complicated things to test. If we did this again... Okay, that just takes a little bit. For every happy face, there's a frowny face. Beautiful. Okay, nothing seems wrong. And the game seems to be running fine. In fact, is it just me or does it seem smoother? Well, I mean, the game runs at a pretty consistent 60 FPS, so it shouldn't be that bad. Yeah, if we did, like, a unpause there... Yeah, rendering is basically never a, Yeah, I guess rendering has never really been the bottleneck in this game. Like, if I stand on the ground, it'd probably cause more issues. Yeah, I'm fine with just having... I'm fine using the forward plus renderer. It's a bit overkill, I think, but... Yeah. I'll just do the lazy thing. Make the game require a GTX 7500, RTX 9090. Well, then again, as I've mentioned before, I'm running a 1660 GTX, which is like, it was a middle range GPU like 8 years ago when I got this laptop. So it should probably be fine. For like the average consumer, I think. But I should eventually, and by eventually I mean pretty soon, buy a like very low spec PC, because I want to see if it'll run on like a GTX 980 with like a bad, like a 15-year-old CPU or something. I want to see like the actual minimum specs. But okay. Just use forward rendering. But okay. Let's expand and collapse all, actually. Okay, go back to the timeline. Oh yeah, we don't... I've completely, like, lost the plot on the timeline now. I'm just gonna do, What am I just gonna do? Many questions in my head now. Let's just... Let's just focus on this for now. We need boxes. We're gonna do, like, toilet paper. Is that what it was called? Hang on. Oh, we can't call it this, though, because, hang on. New inherited scene. Six-pack. Okay, environment, decor, products. And this might be another rigid body. I'm trying to think of, like, what would be things that the player won't kick around. Is this toilet paper? One of these should be a toilet paper. There we are. Yeah, so I think it's this. It is a rigid body, and it collides with the player. Oh, very strange. Oh, because it triggered a cutscene at the exact same time. That's interesting. And now we're excluded. We've escaped our containment. There's no hope for us of entering society again. Well, we'll figure that out when we get to it. So yeah, I'm trying to think, how would I make a platforming challenge here? Because I think that's what I'm just going to do. I'm just going to have it so that you jump up to here, get the key from up here, which actually I'm realizing is probably too tall for the player, so just delete that. And something like that, maybe. But yeah, custom engine is on my mind. I always get like that when I'm like getting frustrated with my current work. I just imagine greener pastures. To be young again, to be a naive fool, in a world of possibilities. Yeah, always imagining, never acting. Such is life. The life of a true ideas guy. Okay, generic, box long. Generic, box medium. But admittedly, people like tech stuff, because I think they also see a world of possibilities in it. Like, people were really interested in my terrain editor when I published that little video about it. Box open. Because they imagined their own possibilities. Generic, box tall. So we need all of these in our little thing here. But okay, for my hypothetical engine, I would completely replace Godot's scripting and scene system with my own thing, because I want it to all be in the D programming language. I'd basically create a module in Godot to load a DLL and be able to, like, easily... Because a workflow that I was experimenting with in another engine was to basically have a button in the game to unload the DLL, recompile it, and then load it back in. Because otherwise there's some complicated stuff to implement hot reloading. But basically just having the game manage the lifetime of the compiler makes a lot of problems go away. So it would be very easy to just be like, you know, you're editing something, just change some code, press a button in the game to reload it, and then it's there. And I don't have to build complicated things. Or, and then, you know, I get native code, but I can still hot reload while playing the game. And I would basically, like, completely ignore... Like, I'd basically not even use the Godot editor at all. it would basically just, I would run it as a game, and I would use my own resource system and stuff like that. And what I'd be using Godot for is all of the hard, boring stuff that I don't really want to do, like the physics and rendering and UI and windowing, all that stuff, because it does that fine enough. Well, except for all the bugs that I've encountered. But I can hopefully work around those with, like, if I wanted to really get in the weeds, I could add my own, like, custom culling system and, like, you know, start exposing the internals, because it's not even going to use GD extension. I'm literally just going to have a, like, module that I compile with Godot, with my own, like, basically doing whatever I want. Like, expose any C API that I feel like. So if that means, like, editing Godot internals and then exposing them, I'd be perfectly fine with that. I just want, like, an API that I could then, like, have. But okay. Because, yeah, I explored it a little bit, like, the last time that I got in this mood, where, like, GD extensions were just too janky and hokey. Especially with the D programming language, because as much as I like D, it's not that popular. And so there's not much support for it. And so there are a lot of weird, like, undocumented bugs. But okay. That feels fine. I think what I can do is I think I can jump onto this, get to here, maybe. And if not, I can make it so. And then we also need piles of clothing, I think. In fact, I'm going to put that here as a plain. When I was a little kid, I always liked to make little piles, basically of like sleeping bags and clothing and stuff, and I'd call it a nest, and I'd sleep it there instead of on my bed. And I think that's a thing that I've, like, revisited a couple times in my hypothetical games that I haven't actually ever released or completed. But maybe someday. But yeah, admittedly, I kind of always get lost in, like, the technical weeds. Like, because the game that I'm thinking of, it was supposed to be an RPG, but then I got lost in the weeds of making the characters follow the player efficiently. Because Godot has, like, limitations on how many, like, kinematic bodies you can have running at once. So I was like, well, what if the characters were rigid bodies or something like that? And it's like, it was such an unnecessary complexity. But okay, this is Kitty's, this is clothes.sbody. In fact, what if we moved this into the corner like that? Is that better? No, I don't like that. Because I want it to be lined up relatively. Bad feng shui in this room, since you have to walk across the living room to get to everything else, but such is life. And also, I want, let's go to the apartment. No, intro apartment dialogue. I want to have... Oh yeah, I already have it here. We're going to have, basically, cutscene, grab camera. Cutscene play, inside. See, play, basically what I want is nothing, and then you pop up. And then it says another day in paradise. And then we'll do see release camera. And also let's do see lock player. looks like you'll have to keep yourself entertained. As usual. Okay. And so this will be the actual intro startup. Actually, let's do exit plus update. Or player update. This is going to be intro started. Okay. I wonder if eventually I can grab this key. There we are. So we should probably have this... Oh, we need to have this pickup be a bit smaller. I think I could do a custom pickup here, or custom radius, or something like that. Because I want it to be that you can't just, like, hop into here and do it. Wait, do these not... Oh, right, because these are... toilet paper... Because Godot loves to fuck up all of my things. No, Godot, when I did it like that, I meant to do it like that. Okay. Godot tries to be too smart. So when I'm being smart, it then fights me. But okay, let's see if I can actually get up there. Because if not, I can just have more destructive ways of, like, moving the boxes aside. Oh yeah, we need to start a new game. And then I eventually need to actually make the cutscene for here. Actually, first of all, our spawn location is actually going to be... hang on. Right up here. There we are. Perfect. Okay. And yeah, there is an issue right now where you can actually interact with objects specifically when you have the sticker mode, but you can't place a sticker. So if you're like looking over here. So I'm actually going to fix that first of all. So interact with, or let's do player. Sticker. Placing stickers. Oh, right. But this... Okay. The issue is, this is not correct. Yeah, so it should actually be something like, ooh, what should this be? Hmm. I think this should just be can place stickers. Can interact. Okay. And this should be like can place stickers. Okay, and that fixes that, because basically what was happening was it was getting the wrong logic. Because yeah, basically when the sticker preview is invisible, that doesn't mean we're not placing stickers, that just means I can't place a sticker, paradoxically. And so now I'm using the function can place stickers to mean I am placing a sticker. Okay. Ignore that. Let's see here. I think what I want is for this door to actually have a collision. Let's go back to the mirror. Or I want it to collide with the camera, basically. Because otherwise it gets confusing in this doorway. Let's just do these two. So yeah, now when we're in here... How do I... Oh, I see. I can't... There we go. So now we can open that door elsewhere. But okay, so it was kind of hokey. So yeah, I think I want funnier things in here, but for now this will be okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna do like something like that. Just make it easier on myself. Or basically just give the player like a stairway to heaven. And then we should probably have like over here or something like that. And then yeah, I'm thinking our key pickup. Wait, key? Oh, is this inheriting from... Oh, that inherits from the attic key, which actually... Then let's change this to just a box shape. And let's make it, like, sized appropriately for the area. Because this actually needs to be pretty small. Vertically, at least. In fact, let's say like that. So if we go back to the apartment, because basically I want it to be the player can't walk underneath this scene. They have to actually be here. Yeah, so I think now they have to actually stand up here. And I'm going to move these, because I think it would be funnier to have these there. The terrain stream went pretty well. I got the things that I'd set out to do, at least. We can now cut holes in the terrain, and then eventually I think my next step is going to be painting onto the terrain properly. Because that should be a thing. I mean, people have done plenty of, like, paint-based programs in compute shaders, so I think that'll be feasible. The main thing will be figuring out a UI that I want for it. Oh, and I figured out there's a bug in this game where the lights would sometimes flicker. Turned out to be because of mirrors, and it turned out the fix was just use the forward plus renderer, which presumably will make it less compatible with lower-end machines, but I'll just test it. I'll just get a low-end computer and see. Because hopefully I should be able to figure out the bug, now that I know, like, what it's caused by and where it's caused by. And now my next step is to make an exciting platforming challenge up these boxes to get the key here. We also need some sound effects for these things. Oh yeah, I can just push everything through the world. I still think maybe I need to actually commit to making the character, like the player, a rigid body, because they are pretty janky already. So I should do, like, you know, a movement rework. Because yeah, basically I'm thinking I could apply forces to the player instead of having them, like, hard-coded movement to different places. Do I want to watch TV? Nah. Okay. So we need more things. I think I need a way of getting from here up to... I'm going to have basically, like this, and then we're going to have, like, this. Yeah. And admittedly with the, I was really hoping I could fix the, or use the mobile renderer, because I think it is more compatible, but yeah. If, it should be fine for the demo at least. And that's really my main goal right now. Actually, we should probably have things like towels as well here. Okay, towel, S-body. And let's make this a little bit irregular. That way we can just do this. For some reason, Twitch keeps, like, reactivating the chat box, so I always think there's, like, a new thing. Ah, well. Let's have a empty circle. Towels, compose. But yeah, you missed it. I was rambling about making a new or a new engine basically on top of Godot, where I use all of Godot's rendering and physics and stuff. But then I have my own, like, editor, scene system, node system, and things like that. And then all the scripting is done in, like, a kind of engine agnostic way, hopefully. But I think that'd be... I guess I might do that for At the Ends of Era still. I want to have it colorized. And I think... yeah, let's just have this. Gradient. Yeah, let's say... green maybe here? Blue... and yeah, a white towel would be very common. Let's have a slightly off-white, though. Nah, that's good enough. Okay, and now my next thing I need is... do I have a towel material? I do. Okay, that should... yeah, that works fine. Okay, colorize it. Nice. Now we have towels in here. And actually, while I'm here, let's have these shelves also composed. Closet compose. Oh wait, no. Keep that as it is. So that way we can just have one material here. Yeah, I've been wanting to do something like that. Because, you know, most of making a game engine There's like a billion, trillion things, and most of them are windowing and rendering. And so I figure if I can take care of that by using Godot, I can do the things that I want to do, like figuring out how I want to do scripting and stuff like that. But okay, now there should be... Let's also have this a little bit more forward. I want it to be just off, or just out of reach, until the player actually jumps up to here. And actually that does mean that this should probably be on this side. Because I'm imagining, yeah, the player like jumps to here, then up this, then across here, to there. And we do need something, I think, funny in here, but maybe I just have, like, I don't know, a spooky evil doll. Oh, do these not collide with each other? Oh, yeah, they don't collide because they have, hang on. We need these to have, I think mask 6. But okay, can we... Okay. We can get up here, kind of. It is a bit janky, especially with the claustrophobic camera perspective. I think what I'd want is this to be a bit further out. Yeah, I think I'll make that a bit more obvious. Delete that. I make this a different color. I can't see what I'm looking at.
Received a telegram from Hyperion. You are committing a major act of treason. Remove your armament promptly, then surrender.
Okay.
Repeat. You are committing...
Oh, wait. Oh, interesting. I did not... Oh, I see. These are tilted in a way that I didn't realize. Okay, that should be good. And then, what do we want? I'm thinking if there should be like a 12-pack of soda. No, they keep soda in the bedroom. They're hiding it from her, specifically. And then I want, I think, a shelf for clothing. So we jump here, jump here. Does that get me what I want? I'm kind of thinking I should have like a 2D camera that's like when you enter this zone, there's a camera that like follows you from the side, I think. Maybe from the side and slightly up like this. Yeah, because the movement's very strange in here. Hmm. Yeah, I want the player to feel better when they move. I need to rethink how I want the player to move. But yeah, now we have a basic platforming challenge at least. Basic platforming challenge. Admittedly, making this like 10 days before we like release the demo is a bad idea, but I can just do rigid body player. We'll just have another branch, and if it fails, I'll just like not do anything with it. So yeah, rework this to be rigid body 3D. And rename this to be, oh wait, no. Change the type of this. And hopefully this will all work. Hopefully that won't break anything. Oh, and that also means we don't need the details body at all, I don't think. Yeah, we don't need that. Because we're just going to have this do the same thing. Well, no, wait, we do need this. Because this kicks around other objects. Oh wait, but that's exactly what we don't want. Ooh. How do we work that in, then? I think for now I just disable this. And we figure out how to make the details work correctly. Because I want the player to still be able to kick objects. But the whole problem that I'm having right now is that the kinematic body... Having a character body as a child of ourself means that I can trivially push things through walls because this kinematic body cannot influence our motion. And so now I need to figure out how to make, basically how to make the player collide with the objects without colliding with the ground. But it should still work exactly as if they're a physics object colliding with it. As in, like, it pushes the player away. But okay, now what we have, for example, here, we just do apply, like, central impulse. And this is just going to be, like, this would be... Let's rename this to force jump. And I think, how big are we? Or how heavy are we? 15 kilograms, 8 kilograms. Let's say 20 kilograms. Yeah, so now we have all sorts of things. So, var velocity, vector 3, get, return linear velocity. And we can't actually set this now. Yeah, because now what we have is none of this. In fact, now we need a target velocity, essentially. So yeah, all this stuff here, we're going to have var target velocity, vector 3, 0. Okay, hvel plus yvel. And then here, what we're actually going to do is just, I guess just... var delta equals target velocity minus velocity. or delta, or like, let's say acceleration. Or no, vel change. So now what we need to do is we need to apply some sort of velocity here. Our speed equals vel change dot length. And then we're going to do apply central force. I think here we just actually have target velocity. Do we do anything with T-vel? I guess I'll keep all of that the same. Thankfully, our thing here is very, very simple. But I will also need to figure out how to update the ground normal properly. Oh yeah, we don't even need gravity anymore. Because yeah, we don't do anything with gravity now. And that means we don't need this. Or we at least don't need that. Wait, why do we need vector 3 up times target? Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, we don't need gravity at all. Okay, apply central force. We're going to say, let's say var excel equals speed. Let's just say speed for now. Excel times delta times velocity change. A big thing here is that we should actually not have this. Actually, let's say var original velocity equals vector 3, no, equals velocity. And then original velocity equals velocity slide ground normal. Basically, we don't do anything with the... Well, actually, we can keep that there. Here is where we do that. We don't have any y component to our change in velocity there. So there we go. Okay. So basically what I'm doing is I'm getting our target velocity, so how or what direction we want to go and how fast. And that's going to be applied as a force based on our current velocity, and that's going to be determined by this acceleration. And so the acceleration now is an important thing. Because I think it's going to be a clamp of speed divided by something. So let's say like 5 for now. And then it goes from 0 to 1. And this will be like Excel times clamp. Didn't we have like a move toward... Oh, we have Excel state. Okay. So in all these places where we do this, for example, we don't have this anymore. We just have target velocity here. Actually, we just have, yeah. We just do T velocity. And then actually that means that our target velocity I don't think ever needs to change from this. Yeah, because we literally just set this. Oh wait, no, we don't just set that. Okay, so we still do that. Okay, and this should be float. Okay. So now... Let's call this speed change. Basically, the bigger the difference between our new velocity and the old velocity, the bigger this change is. And also, we need this to be velocity change divided by speed change. Because we need to normalize this direction because we only have the acceleration here. Okay. So this should mean that now we're able to move in a direction, except for the fact that I didn't apply any changes to the correction velocity thing. Hang on. Non-existent function correction on base nil. Well, where did that go? That's still supposed to exist, right? What did I do? Key ID. Where did the correction go? Wait, why is it nil now? Hang on. Rigid body velocity. I don't think I changed anything about the script that would cause that. Let's just check this. Mass, physics, gravity override, Oh, is it because something broke with, Oh, I see, okay. It's because when I changed the type to a rigid body, it thought that I meant the script itself. Okay, there we go. So now, let's put that back as what it was first. So PID, let's do, Go back up to here. 1522. So I don't think this will... Oh yeah, I mean, I keep forgetting. The PID isn't set up at all, so this isn't even going to work. I don't need to bother with this. Yeah, because we have this stuff here where we move and collide, this doesn't exist anymore. We're just going to apply central force. CV, delta, etc., etc. And they should probably have... I guess it's fine like this. 0.1 times vector 3 down to... Okay. And we can never go more than that. Actually, we don't need that right now. We actually just need CV. Now we just have that as a raw force. And we'll see how that fares. Because, yeah, now instead of moving the player... Oh, something bad is happening. Stop that. So we've already gone too far, I think. Okay, set axis angle, nan. Okay, great. What do we even change? Is it this? Is it because this CV is bad? Oh, it might... Okay, I just realized what it is. Delta... Or speed change. Okay. var dn... Or vn equals vector 3.0 if not speed change, else velocity change divided by speed change. There was no speed change, so this was infinite. Or we were dividing by 0. So that should potentially work now, maybe. Okay, info JSON 276. Where is that exactly? If I go back to here, I'll just get my autosave directly. And now that I have lines here, we can actually go to the specific line, 276. Okay, we're going to do, I don't know, 0.0. There we are. Interesting that vectors don't... Oh, I know what it is. Okay, hang on. When we save a vector... Okay. Save load. I think here... No. Game state. Okay. So here we actually need to have some sort of safe encoding for numbers. Function encode number val float. If is nan val return 0, else return val. Actually, or not. Or val is not. Oh, wait, no. We literally have... This is not a number, so we can just have that anyway. Okay, so we're going to need to have that for basically all of these. Let's just have these for now as just like a encode number. Like that. Hang on, take your time, Godot. I need to figure this out. Yeah, because now there's a whole new world of misery for me. YouTube, come on. Okay. And then we do the exact same thing here. Return, actually, so now we need if val is float. Elif val is float. Return encode number val. Okay. Okay, so now what we should have here, fair enough. Oh, our acceleration is now too slow. You can see that I'm ever so slightly accelerating. Let's have accel state, or const accel. What if we just add 10 to all of these? Does that do anything for us? Let's apply central. So I'm going to do mass times this. And then mass times that. And then same thing here, mass times that. Okay. Basically get some more power in here. Interesting interpretation of reality. I think what I need is more... Hang on. If we look at this... Actually, I need to have... I'm going to put this here, and then we're going to do debug player. Hang on. Check out challenge photos. Okay. So let's add an extra, like, let's just do 55.0 here. Because I was not seeing any jumping. Yeah, so basically what I wanted was the ability to... Hang on, let's just go back into here. I need to see all of the player's info. So we're going to do basically that. Put that in the corner. Debug player. There we go. And now what I can also do is do that. And then the fabled F2 to disable the console. Okay, so what is wrong with our correction vector? Why is it 0? Why are we not in... Why are we in the fall state? So our collision safe fraction is 0 for some reason? Or 1? Why is that true? So yeah, why is it sometimes we're in the ground state? So yeah, I'd say our first issue, our first order of business is figuring out why we aren't in... Oh, I think it's probably because... Okay. So I think our proportion is too strong now. So if we go back to standard body, this should be like 1 then. For the time being. Yeah, because it's flinging us into the air, which is an issue. So what if we did 10 here? I don't know. Okay, so now we don't... Oh, wait, no. What if we did -10? Are we grounded? Well, that didn't do... Oh, yeah. I'm stuck doesn't work because respawning the player doesn't work anymore. Yeah, because basically in Godot, you can't just set the position of a rigid body. You have to do it like, you have to grab the physics object from the physics engine. Okay. So yeah, big first issue. Why am I not marked as in the ground? So what is F here? 1.0. So F should be less than some portion. So why is it not? I think what we should actually do is we should do var G1 equals 1.0. Var G2 equals 1.0. And then what we're going to do is we're going to return the min of G1, G2 as float. Okay, we can just do that. Okay, and then G1 equals that, G2 equals that. So we will always get the lower of these two portions. Because that's basically, for some reason, our backup cast is saying that the ground is like at a particular height, and our main cast is saying there is no ground, basically. But okay, now we are grounded. We can see that. What? Okay, there we go. So we should be at ground, true, ground dot. Okay. But the issue is our collision is still not really working because basically anytime our get closest collision safe fraction. This should not be 1 here. Because this means that basically our collider is going all the way down, and it's saying, well, that's where we collide. But that isn't... Get closest collision safe fraction. So when we update the contact... I think here we should actually use the backup cast if the... I know what to do. If not cast is colliding, or... cast dot get safest... Get closest collision safe fraction is greater than or equal to 1, or... We have no current ground and stairs and blah blah blah. We return false. Okay. So basically this should mean that it should never use our main collider there. Let's test this again. I'm going to try to watch the chat window and see why it sometimes, like, flickers in a way that really confuses me. Okay, so why are we not correct? So we aren't returning false here, even though we should have that, actually. Hang on. Wait, are we not updating the contact? Then what's happening? So are we doing anything ever? Then, wait, why are we not doing this? Allows ground contact and blah and blah. So we're not even doing this? What are we doing? So allows ground contact should be true. Because our state equals one of these, right? Our state is 1. No, we're not falling. That's just wrong. Okay, so should land is not working then. Oh, wait. G1 or G2. Okay, hang on. I just realized why this is not happening. Get ground inter fraction. Somewhere in here. That's what I needed. It needs to check both of them. And then it should say, yes, we're on the ground. Okay, so we're grounded. And then what I can do is debug the player. We don't need that. Okay, but we're still having the issue where sometimes... I think there's just like a very specific point where our accumulator gets high enough that it sends us rocketing up in the air. Okay, and I think our velocity... I think this needs to be 10, actually. No, I think that does the opposite of what I want. And I think the accumulator needs to be lower, so let's just do, like, 0. Put everything at 0 right now. Hang on. So if we just increase this proportion ever so slightly, what does that do? Okay. So that sends us up, but for some reason then it doesn't apply. I don't get it. Why would it behave this way? Oh, because CV is set to 0 every time. Hang on. CV equals vector 3.0. Should we not have this then? What if I remove that? That feels like it's actually more correct. And now the main issue is we need to have something that counteracts the velocity that we're getting. So maybe like 12 here. Or no, maybe like 1. That feels like it's making it even worse. Okay, so why is this going up? Because it should not be going up. We should be getting lower. Yeah, because we're way too high. Yeah, let's do player... Oh, I know what to do. Console, paused, player dot set CV vector 3 0. So that should be, oh wait, no, player body. Okay. So now we're back to basically our same issue as before. Where basically every single time, somehow, it only goes up. Why? What if we removed mass times that here? Or no. Yeah, what if we remove it there? How does that make it, how did that make it more powerful? No, that didn't make it more powerful. Why does it only apply when we get like an enormous amount of force? Okay, so that is not really the issue there. The issue is it doesn't go back down, I don't think. Okay, so that actually does what I wanted it to do, I think. Yeah, I'm very confused. My PID controller doesn't work at all how I expected it to. And yeah, now we have exactly the same issue as before where... Hang on, let's get back to debug player. Where it only works when it goes way too high, and then it's not actually doing anything properly. Okay, so the velocity actually does do what I want it to do, where we can see that is applying correctly, except for... So I think this needs to be just 220 or something like that. Do 100 then. It's doing the... How is it doing the exact opposite of what I want it to do? Put this to 100 then. Put this to 1,000. Put this to 1,000. That's just not even correct. Maybe we need the... What if we just had both of these at one? All of these at one. How does it keep getting more and more powerful, though? Like, why? Okay, so what is our delta here? 0.6, okay, target value, real value. So we are above it, and so we need to move down. So our accumulator equals that. Oh, no, that applies that stuff. So accumulation... That is our difference times our delta, or added to it. So our accumulator says that we need to go up. Our velocity says we need to do something else. Velocity also says we need to go up. And first off, I'm going to change this back to have that completely reset when we're not grounded. Even though I think that's actually not correct. Because now at least we get fewer of those like crazy reactions. Oh yeah, we need to do that. There we go. Hang on. Jump force. For player jump force. Force jump? What the fuck am... Oh, it's in the standard body. I keep forgetting. Okay. So how high does this need to be for us to actually jump? Why aren't we jumping? The game is just broken. What is happening? Oh wait, no. That's because that's not the right place. Yep, okay. It's because I don't set the state properly here. Okay, so we need to do apply central force mass times that. And then otherwise what we need to do is we actually need to do... Oh, this is going to be really tough to do now. Vector 3 dot up times that. Okay, so now at least we can do that. Okay, so let's see if we can actually at least jump. Though now it means that if we're moving upward, we actually get more acceleration, which will be an issue. I'll need to figure out how to make that not work. But okay. So now that's too low. We need to have this be like 550 or something. 100. $200? And for now, just ignore the fact that our collisions are fucking broken. Okay, because that's about where I want it to be, except for the fact that we also need to have gravity. Physics 3D, this should be 24, because that was the thing that I wanted before. And that means that this needs to be higher, it needs to be like 440. And we probably need to restart the game. Okay, and then... Okay, so 440 is too high. Let's do 330. I think that's too much, actually. I'm going to go back to... I'm going to do, like, 18. And, you know, I think the gravity scale doesn't apply until I restart the game. That's okay for now. Okay, yeah. So now our main thing is figuring out how the hell do I fix this. I think what I need, first of all, something here doesn't seem right. And not the obvious thing of the player like floating up and down. The less obvious thing of this difference should not go up. For some reason, it's like suddenly going up way higher. And that's just not correct. Let's do... So if we go over here, what if we just have this there? Now it'll work. No, that's too high, probably. Let's set it to 1,000. Basically, this means no matter what, the player should be not, like, all the way sitting on the ground. It should just apply a shitload of force anytime they're even slightly deviated. Okay, good. So that at least works. But we need to now rein it in so that way we stay inside the room. Why is that not working now? Why is this so aggressive now? Did I never change the P variable at any point? What if we change these to 0? Okay. So now it doesn't make any sense at all. Oh, wait, because CV... Okay, I see. It's because it used to be CV was required. Because CV was our acceleration. So yeah, this no longer exists because we just get the variable directly from here. So yeah, we don't do any of that. And here, where we actually do this, we're actually just going to get correction dot value. So what is M? Yeah, because now we don't need that. And we can just do speed floor times that. And actually, I'm going to change this to force floor. Technically, it's an acceleration since we're adding the mass, but that makes it clearer what's happening. Okay, so it was because no matter what was happening, I was basically accelerating the acceleration. Okay. Apply central force, float from vector, vector 3 up times that. Yeah, because it's just a floating point number. Okay, and now it should work completely differently. Yeah, now it works a lot better. And what we can do here is now, oh wait, no, we still need that. Player, or debug. I knew it was working, like, in a fundamentally wrong way. Basically, a PID controller has 3 components. It has proportion. Yeah, so now CV, don't need that anymore. So I think what we can do is we can add some accumulation here. Gonna do like 0.1 here or something like that. Why did that like completely wipe us out? Oh, right. Probably because this has been like not applying the whole time. Okay, try this again. So, I think first of all, make all of our accelerations higher. Go back to standard body, Excel. Because, yeah, I want this to be like 10 times stronger. Well, actually, we should probably not do it that strong. Maybe like 1500. So we multiply it by... Actually, let's just triple it. 1800. That'll be easy math for me. No, that's not nearly enough. 3000? That feels about right. Except for the fact that now we like have this weird acceleration in random directions. So we should probably also have, like, air resistance, maybe? So now the big issue is... Well, the biggest issue is the fact that I'm sliding God knows where. Which is actually, like, a really big problem now. Because, like, where would I be going? Where am I going? Debug player. Let's have wind resistance. That'd be, let's just make a new thing. Friction, rough bounce. I'd say that's fine. Linear, damp mode. I guess that's fine. Let's do 0.01. So we'll just have like a constant damping applying to us, which doesn't seem to work. What if we did 10? So that doesn't apply to that, I guess. Fuck me. Target velocity. Okay, let's see. When we do apply central force here, what is our force? Okay, so it's telling it to go up. But why? Vn equals velocity change. So velocity change is this divided by speed change. Oh. Because this here... Wait, hang on. I don't get it. Okay, so we're actually getting some upward velocity, first of all, which we shouldn't be. Minus original velocity, I think we still need this here. I think we do need that. We completely ignore the Y component, or the, like, ground component of those. And then we should hopefully not have the acceleration anymore. And then the main thing we'll want to figure out is... Okay. That seems to make this less weird. Oh, wait. There we go. Oh, shit. What is going on? Like, why am I sliding so much? And I'm sliding not even in the direction that I'm supposed to be sliding in. Okay, let's see. Hang on. What is our Vn? So yeah, we're removing this velocity here. Actually, what is our target velocity? Our target velocity is 0. Our original velocity is this. And our acceleration is that, 0.01. I think what I could do is actually have acceleration here have a minimum amount of impact. I think that makes sense. Basically, there's always some... I'm going to actually put this to like 0.5 or something. I didn't need to do that. But basically, what was happening was the change in velocity was so small, we basically weren't accelerating. And so we were just sliding ever so slightly in whatever direction, like some residual direction, I guess. No, that doesn't seem to be it at all, because now we're going God knows where. So, our target velocity is that. Our original velocity is that. Our acceleration is this much. Our Vn is velocity changed divided by speed change. This is a normalized direction here. Okay, so the issue is this is substantially larger. Oh wait, no, that's our normalized thing though. Let's do like var force equals that. Apply central force. Okay, and we don't have that yet because we need to do this again. Yeah. Now we get force. Okay. So our force is just too much. Because this is going to be way more, I believe, than... Than our actual velocity, because that's here. Hang on, let's go to my other character controller. Because if we go to 16.8 space game project player, the player GD, so we have like a target, apply central force. Oh, but we just do interesting. Oh, wait, okay. As speed in the desired direction approaches max run speed, reduce the force. That is by max run speed divided by speed. So charge dot linear velocity. Okay, here we do a different thing. Which actually I'm fine with. Let's go constant speed. Okay. So yeah, I'm fine with that. Bar charge equals, yeah, I think we just do, so what is our direction? Our direction is our t velocity, so we're going to do var direction equals target velocity dot normalized. Charge is direction projected onto our linear velocity. I guess original velocity. We can do the same thing here. Var steer equals, I guess our target velocity minus direction minus charge. Interesting. Oh, wait, no. That means this direction. Oh, okay. This is normalized, kind of. Wait, no. What is this? This should actually be divided by speed states. Because it's not quite normalized. If it's 0 in any direction, it'll still be 0. Okay. And actually, I think that means that we don't need speed state here, up here. Yeah, we don't have that there. Yeah, when we steer, yeah. Direction minus charge feels fine there. And then charge equals charge times clamp. Yeah, let's do like max, no, speed state minus speed, which is charge dot linear velocity again. Zero to 1. And then what we do is our movement is equal to mass times acceleration times delta times... Oh wait, no, we don't even need the delta anymore. Okay, and that's probably part of the reason that things are messed up, because I have delta multiplying by everything. Okay. We're just going to do Excel state Yeah, so we no longer need this variable here. So yeah, accelerate the state by speed plus charge. Okay. Did I do something wrong? Why is this not right? Float and vector. So we don't need that anymore? So why is this not... Oh, right. Steer times charge. Okay. So yeah, let's reorganize this to better align with my thing here. So this should work pretty well because the movement in the other game works pretty well. Except for the acceleration will probably be too high. But that's fine. Oh, no, 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 no. It didn't work fine. Something in here is causing issues. Wait, but what is it? Okay. So anything here is nan, steer is nan, because original velocity is nan. Because charge... Okay, let's just do... well, how the hell do I do that then? Input equals 0 or whatever. Okay, if linear velocity is that, otherwise this is that. Okay. If original velocity, we do all of this stuff. Else. Otherwise, we're going to apply a central force of, I guess, our direction. We actually can just do here. Direction. Direction times accel state times mass. Okay. So now, we accelerate a little quickly, admittedly. So yeah, turn this acceleration back down because we now need it divided by like 60 or something. So I think it's going to be like 500 by default. Let's do 600. Oh wait, no. Now it's going to be 60 again. Hang on. Yeah. Everywhere where we have zeros here, just do 1 0 again. Yeah, because I messed up by just multiplying. That's the classic issue of multiplying by deltas. Okay, and now we have one issue that I'm noticing is we accelerate really fast around corners. Yeah, I think what I might need to do is actually have the steering also decrease. Huh. We should probably also have a, like, let's just have a constant decel factor, and that's going to equal 30.0. And basically what that's going to be is, equals... Anytime we do that, we're going to do var accel equals, cell state times, decel if not direction else 1. Basically, we just decelerate faster. So why are we not stopping? How did I not fix the problem by, like, completely rewriting the thing? And how do we have, like, unlimited speed when I jump? So yeah, it feels like I've made it substantially worse. Well, good thing I didn't save that. Okay, let's delicately step through all of the things that I have here. So we don't need direction anymore. Because this is going to be direction. This is the direction that we want to go. And then our original velocity is this. And I think what we don't need... Well, I guess I'm fine with these. No, I think I'm going to remove these. And do we even need these Y velocity things? I don't think I need these either. We're going to ignore that. And then, yeah, also remove this. And there's going to be times, I don't know, speed, state? No, I think we only need, so when we apply state, what do I even do with this movement? Or move here? Do I even call this function? What is happening? Oh, right, I call it here. So this is our target velocity. So, do we even do anything with this? And then, yeah, I don't think we do anything with that. Okay. So now we can move, we can apply state here, and that is actually what does the thing here. So yeah, for now, I think all we need is to just, if we have a velocity, we go in that way. Otherwise, direction times acceleration times mass. Okay, let's see if I've simplified anything here. Okay, so our charge is 0.4, our steer is 0. So that means our speed is that, and our charge then would then be clamp speed state minus speed 0 to 1. Oh, that makes sense, I think. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. And then we have our acceleration times that. Yeah, strange if they're blurry. I'll double check. Because yeah, I haven't changed any stream settings. Oh, okay. Well, welcome back to the stream. But okay, what is our force here? Our force is way too much, I think. Mass times acceleration times steer times or plus charge. Oh, I guess this is fine. Okay, and now that we're here, the real question is, why are we still moving? Because this force should be 0. No, this force should be less than 0, actually, because we should be having a... What should we have? Oh, because the physics, the friction is done separately. Okay. Basically, I need to have... Okay. I think I know what I need. This is gonna be, var... I'm trying to figure out. I need to get the actual direction that we apply the force, which is going to be the relative direction of basically, like, so this is our, yeah. We still need what I had before, because basically, in this game, the player is actually a capsule sliding on the ground and they have friction. But in this game, they aren't. Instead, they are a thing that's floating in the air, so they don't slow down by default. So I need to manually slow them down. And I'm going to do that by having our target velocity here, and we're going to have var velocity change equal velocity minus target velocity. And then, do I still want to do similar things to this, where we, I think we don't need this here. I think we can do now, target velocity. Yeah, what if we just apply central force of mass times accel state of velocity, or times velocity change divided by speed state. Yeah, what if, how would that feel? I've dramatically simplified the code. So now it should still never accelerate us above our desired speed. Oh. Well, I shouldn't. Well, I thought it wouldn't. Oh, but it's because it's target velocity minus velocity. I caused a chain reaction where it infinitely accelerated us in one direction. Because, yeah, we're getting our acceleration up to the target velocity. There we are. Okay. That works, except for the acceleration is too low when we don't have... Yeah, I want us to stop immediately, and also... wait, hang on. What's happening now? What is our target velocity here? 0.013. What is our actual velocity? 0. So how are these two numbers? So we have 0 minus 0, and we got something that isn't 0. Hang on. What is the actual... Are these numbers more specific, maybe? Because... Because I feel like if both of these are 0... Let's just do actually... let's have this be a vector 3. And then we're going to do if not target velocity, velocity change equals negative velocity. Else, velocity change equals this. And actually we're going to do dot length squared is less than 0.0001 or something like that. And so basically what this will do is it should say we're trying to stop. So that should be negative velocity. So this should now be something that is less than what we had before. And then, actually, I think now what's happening is we have a larger velocity than what... Okay, I know what to do. I think we do that. Or we do that, and we can have just like apply central force. Negative velocity times mass. I think this will always be less than our thing. And we don't even need that there. Do var this equals that. So yeah, I just want it to be basically when we let go of the analog stick, we decelerate no matter what. And then eventually I can reapply our like accelerations and stuff. Okay, but now it doesn't work even slightly. We aren't decelerating. Well, we aren't decelerating fast enough. Maybe because it needs to be squared? The confusing thing is... Wait, okay. And we can see when it gets to very low velocities, it then does the flickering. Does it? What's happening now? Hang on, let's do if velocity length squared less than 0.001. Velocity, or linear velocity equals vector 3, 0. Else. There we go. Nope, we're still sliding. We're still doing whatever we want. Okay. Does that actually work? Can we set the linear velocity? Can be used sporadically, but don't set this every frame because physics may run in another thread. Use integrate forces. Okay, so this isn't recommended to do. Let's say if this and linear and velocity. So why is it not being set properly? So if we go back to evaluator, linear velocity length. Okay, so it isn't 0, but it's very, very close to 0. And right now, this setting is not setting it. So I think what we need to do is like reset momentum, and that's going to go to actually here. We're going to go do a physics engine or physics server 3D dot get body set velocity. So what is this? Axis velocity. Set an axis velocity. The velocity of a given vector axis will be set as the given vector length. Useful for jumping behavior. I'm going to do Bondi get direct state. That'll be get already. And then var ds equals this, ds dot linear velocity equals vector 3, 0. And actually, let's say, like, disable that. Okay. So this should really aggressively... It doesn't work still. Yeah, because you can see that we're constantly flipping back and forth. Huh? That's impossible. Why are these no? Okay. I've been completely distracted by the fact that I somehow broke the correction again. Oh wait, because we aren't running the update contact. Yeah. Okay, we just need to run this in move update ground contact. Just do that. Wrong thing. Okay. Does this actually need delta? Do we do anything with delta anymore? Correction update. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so now that updates. So now we have the ground. Our proportion should be higher, I think. Yeah, it seems like we should double this, I think. That feels about right. What if we did one here as well? And then we like, because we want to remove the going up and down like that. And also this should probably be 3 maybe. And then this should be like 1. Okay, there we go. So now we're a bit more stable. And then I'm going to make this one like 3. Let's hide the console there. Yeah, so the real challenge will now be making that work again. Let's hide this now. Oh yeah, but now we have to redo. Hang on. Wasn't there something like ground contact allows ground contact? Yeah. If allows ground contact, we will then update ground contact. There we go. High quality video games. Yeah, so now we need to fix the slippery, slidery nature of ourselves. Let's just do velocity. So actually, what if we just subtract apply central force? I'm gonna do this. And we're going to do 0.01 times velocity, or we're going to do negative velocity dot normalized times velocity length squared. There we go. So now we have drag. And it still doesn't really fix our issue. Holy shit, look at that. That's amazing. We're somehow going the wrong way. We're somehow just like going the wrong way. Alright, so what is our actual thing here? Velocity changes, 2-point blah. So that means that I need to have this now as like a thing. Actually, what is our velocity? Our velocity is still like 0. So this shouldn't be the issue. Yeah, so that's not the issue. However, if this, maybe. And that also isn't the issue. Because we can see our velocity is still increasing. So somehow, in some way, I believe our ground contact is actually sliding us. Even though it should only be sliding us up and down. Vector 3, obviously. How is it not? Oh yeah, because the PID is generic. Wait, what? Oh, we don't have a locked here anymore. Wait, what? Then who was phone? Yeah, we don't have this anymore. Okay. So now we get the standard body. We have all of our things here. So yeah, the big question is, why do we slide? And why do we keep sliding? So like, if I'm here, why am I still sliding in the wrong direction? Yeah, why am I sliding up the hill? I think it must be, so... No, but we don't have any... I was about to say maybe it's because the ground direction is sliding in some way, but no. Hang on, let's have, like... var move equals this, or no. Force... var drag force equals this. And all of this is to allegedly make the game less janky. That is there is a non-zero chance, actually. Because it should have... Let's see, let's double check. Because I think these don't collide with themselves. 1 and 6, 15, 1, 6, 15. Yeah, none of those. This details body, I've removed it. However... Oh no, okay, I don't change anything with the details body here. And these bodies should be removed from the scene, and they also don't collide with themselves, so those should work. Oh wait, hang on. Why is this set to mask player no trigger, when it should be... Well, I guess not even 6. It should just not have that. Okay. Force move, drag force. So those should both be 0. Okay. Also, our ground contact. This PID is just not correct. And I'm not sure why. I think this needs to be higher. There we go. Okay. And then I think maybe this needs to be lower. No, because now you can see the player is moving ever so slightly. What if we set this to like 4? That didn't improve it, but maybe it will if I reset it. Why is it so it's just not... The player's feet just stick out of the ground now. And also, horrible little jitter there as we land on the ground. So that's probably because this is probably too high now. And that means that this should probably be like 5 or something. And then, okay. Now, we've kind of stabilized. Except for the fact that somehow now I can't jump, and also... How are we moving in this direction? It's just genuinely impossible. Yeah, it's... Hang on. What am I missing? Yeah, it's especially weird that... So, we should be moving in... Okay, let's actually... I need to get the apartment back. What is a positive X direction? So we should be moving like that way. I think. Yeah, I don't think I rotated this in the game. So yeah, move force... Oh, X, Y. Okay, so this is moving us upward. Wait, why is it moving us upward? I want to see, is there anything different with the linear velocity versus the regular velocity? Okay, because I think the issue seems to be our linear velocity... Oh, thank you, Godot, for not showing me the fucking value of the linear velocity. Okay, that makes no sense. No, I think it does. I think it's basically, if we are grounded... Is that what this does? No. Man, let's do get diff. When we update ground contact, frames until correction. Yeah, we're going to do just if this and update ground contact, our target velocity, velocity change, etc., etc. Okay, we're going to remove velocity, or we're going to have this here, velocity change equals change slide ground normal. So how this works? Yeah. Okay. So if we're on the ground, we should not be applying upward velocity, because that might be messing things up. I don't think it would be, but it could be. Okay, and we can see that that slightly changes the behavior of the PID controller, I think. I'll have to balance that out. Okay, that seems to have been a big part of the issue, actually. Yeah, because now we're not getting those weird velocities. Because I think that was... Oh, nope, we are definitely 100 billion% getting those velocities still. Hmm. Hmm. I think I'm going to say that's good for now. Basically, get status, git add. Well, I tried. Okay, and then git checkout master. Are we on master? Okay, git fetch. I actually want to get from, oh no, git checkout player, what was it, rigid body player? That. Okay. What did I change about the apartment scene in here? I don't care, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Hopefully nothing important. But okay. Git commit m or like getting fix for saving nan. And actually, I should probably push U origin rigid body, or what was it called again? It should be, it was like deeply nested in some parentheses somewhere. I swear I saw it. Rigid body player. Okay. There we are. Okay, back to our original design. I can't be bothered to figure out how to make a rigid body work nicely. Nah, I decided to just not... I just decided to abandon the thread. We're back to our original version, which should hopefully work better. Yeah. And now we slide down the close. Okay. So now we don't have any of that acceleration stuff. Alright. Yeah, I think I could get it, but I'd have to basically, like, dedicate my life to it. Especially with the weird thing that I'm doing with, like, applying forces using, like, I don't know, my weird, like, soft body thing. Oh, yeah, and then there's this bug, where the player, like, constantly bounces. If they get squeezed into something like this for a while, then they come out and they're, like, all messed up. I should probably just make it so that when the player's head is colliding with something, they don't have any sort of, Yeah, I know how to do that. Correction.update. We're going to do if not ceiling is on ceiling. How do we decide this? Body collided only with the ceiling of the last call to move and slide. Oh, no, is on ceiling. The up direction and floor max angle are used to determine this, and that should be floor max, or no, move and collide. wait, no, but we do move and slide. I think this should be fine. Let's see if this works. Basically, this should reduce the... this should make it so that the thing doesn't actually calculate itself. Like our PID controller doesn't get confused by getting squeezed in like, if we... Hang on. If I can get a place in here. Yeah, like here, for example, you can see the player's getting squeezed. That should hopefully not mess this up too much. Yeah. So now we're squeezed into here. The PID controller should ignore that completely. Yeah. So now we don't have that bug where the player would like get squeezed and then they would like constantly like wiggle up and down as the PID controller tried to like, you know, because it basically like messes up the controller because it's trying to push the player. But okay, that should fix that. I should probably have the couch. Actually, I can probably just move the player a little bit. And if we go here, just move this a little bit that way. Actually, why do I even control the position of the... I guess I have to control it because... Okay, I see. Well, let's just have reverse shot set this to like there. I don't like that very much. A little bit more this way. Yeah, that feels about right. And now she's also not obscured by the dialogue box. Oh wait, but wait, hang on. Why is the whole... Oh, because I moved the whole TV to the side. I forgot. So now every single one of these animations needs to be realigned. Oh no. I think it'd be easier to fix that in the actual scene if we go to... Let's see. Let's look for camera 3D position. All right, which one did I change? Buff cherry. Okay, so now if we go to something else, like this animation, camera 3D position, this position is in a bunch of places. Now it's not. Okay. So now that didn't fix it. How did that not fix it? How did that not fix it? Title? So our position here. How did that not get fixed? Put it here. Keyframe it. Keyframe it. Title. Okay, there we are. Resource name title. And then we get this. So this is our camera position. And then if we go to our other positions like buff, carry, that should then have a camera position. And if we do this, wait, yeah, okay. XYZ, okay. So now we play this. There we are. I'm trying to think, how would I do this better? Because the main thing is, I just want to have this keyframe be like universal. Ah, well. And then we got to change that because now she needs to be in the same position as here. So let's do animation player stand. So if we go reverse shot, if we just grab this keyframe here, copy that value. When we stand, this, paste the value. Okay. We're basically gonna keyframe that, go up a little bit. There we are. Then we need to do like an erase stat to remove the TV watched here. What is that actually? Go to the TV. Intro soda, intro watched TV. We just need to do save load, erase stats, that. Okay. I guess I'm fine with that. Honestly, I might just move the couch. I'm going to move the couch a little bit. Also, why is this like this? I should have it do like this, probably. Yeah, this makes more sense. Or, I think, there we are. Okay. Try this again. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, and then we have this here, which is kind of janky because it has the slope. Ooh, yeah. You can see. What do I want then? Because, yeah, I don't want to give the impression that the game is janky, even though it is. At least not... Yeah, we have to wait a little bit to do that. I'm going to improve the platforming here. And then I think that'll kind of be the last thing that I do today. Even though I haven't... This was not a very productive day. I know what to do. That would be better than not doing anything. We're going to grab another... Basically, I'm going to grab this. This is going to be intro cutscene. Animation player. This will also fiddle with our player manager here. I guess it'll fiddle with a different one. And for this one, we're going to have the camera facing like this way. I know exactly what I want. There we go. Basically, this is going to be the cutscene for the start of the game. So it's going to be like right here is where the player is going to be. Animation new start. And this will be, I think, like, I guess just like 0.1. Because we're just going to have our FOV. And then our position, rotation. And then have this, no, not our spawn, our intro cutscene thing right down in here. We're going to be thoroughly underneath the ground here. Position and active will be on as well. Pop up. And for this one, let's go about here. Position and then rotation. Or no. Okay, and I think right about here I want some particles emitting. And these will be clothing particles at some point. But for now, it's just going to be, let's do process material. New. Draw passes. Quad mesh. Spawn velocity 1. Say like 4 to 5. Why is it? Oh, I see. Okay. Because they're like this. All right, so now I need drawing I don't know, billboard here. Let's have just particles. Don't I have particles? Okay. And there should also be time, explosiveness. Let's say mostly like that. There we go. And then for now, this will be like 0.3, 0.3 or something like that. There we go. So we have this not emitting in the reset. And then when we pop up, should be, actually, yeah, not emitting here as well until we get to about right there. Then it emits. But then it stops emitting right about there. Okay, there we are. Okay, so now when we go to world, and then we should also have like a I know what to do. Release camera if has node player manager. Thank you, Godot. Active equals false. There we are. And actually, we can have that in here. and this in here. I mix those up. And that means that I don't actually need to have anything to do with that in here. I don't have to have the player manager... Well, I don't have to have the player manager activated there. Because what we're going to do instead is... Oh, wait, no. We already do that. We do lock player. Okay. And now what I need to do is I need to go back to the world script. And, intro started. Basically... apartment spawn. So when we start intro here, it's going to be, if not save load, get stat. That we are going to do, well, I guess we always do this, and we always do this. But then what we're going to do is intro apartment slash intro cutscene dot interact, or no, start dialogue. Wait, what? I see. I think we do player interact. Okay, there we go. Basically, we go back to the world. Interact player. Else. There we go. Okay, and now we can also do C unlock player. There we are. Let's see if this works. So this should now play an intro cutscene. Didn't play it. Why didn't it play it? Should have played it. Is there any errors here? Let's let that load up. Okay. Startup. Ready. So is that... So, okay, that didn't work, though. Interact. What if we call deferred? Interesting. So our intro cutscene... Oh, because our intro cutscene doesn't have any dialogue because it's intro apartment. Okay. So this does not have... Well, I guess that's fine. Yeah, that's fine, I think. But this should have a custom entry of starts. Okay, that was the issue. The intro did not have any interactable. Or, yeah, it didn't have dialogue. Kitty looks too big. Okay. Let's start a new game. Let's make sure that that works. I don't like that flash, but I think that's just from starting the new game, where what I should do is probably So when we do settings or pause menu, I'll ignore that for now. Well, UI, start game, or reset game. Yeah, what we're going to do here is we're going to do, layer. I think what I want is the UI has a game fade. This should be on by default. And yeah, I think that should be on. And then we do that. Okay. And so yeah, now... Oh wait, did that? Okay, there we go. So if I started a new game now, it should be black, and then it should turn on. And because we always play this fade out animation at startup, this shouldn't cause any issues when the game is running. Hello? Video game. Didn't we call fade out? Or no, did we... Which one is fade? I don't even remember which one is which. Oh, well now it's ultra fucked. Oh wait, no, because it's doing this. So why isn't it fading out? So why is it not... or fading in or whatever it's supposed to be doing? It's supposed to be playing this animation, which does that. So why is that not being played? Is there any other place where we play a fade in, fade out? Why do we have two different fades? Wait, hang on. That's the real issue here. Yeah, just don't have two fades. Okay. So that should be on by default because this one should have the reset where we actually do the, yeah, that should be visible by default. Though actually, I think this, okay, that's correct. Okay, so anywhere we have game fade, GD, this should just be fade. Yeah. Actually, is there anywhere else where we'd have ESCN? No, okay. All right. So now when we start up the game, it should always be black at the startup, but it should fade out properly. And now we don't have two different fading UI. Okay, so if we did a new game now, it should not... Okay, now it goes black. There is that jank of, like, you can see that little square there. Okay, there we are. And then if I save, it should just start us on top of that thing. There we are. It's extremely janky. Ugh. Yeah, I need to figure out a better way of doing my rigid bodies. Maybe just an area that applies a force based on how close it is to the player. And that way it can't, like, clip through things. I kind of want it to be... Hang on, if we go back to the apartment, if we go back to the sticker... I want this to have... let's disable monitoring and monitorable for this specific one. So that way you can't actually get the sticker until you open the microwave. New game. And so yeah, now we can't get on top of there. We just get into here. Beautiful. And then our doors don't have wisps on them. Let's go to the fridge. Wrong one. It's fridge one. There's 2 mini fridges named mini fridge 1. And I think it might actually... I think these... Nope. Okay. They just don't have the wisp set. Probably because I broke them. As usual. Okay. So now, at least we get them at the correct location-ish. Ah, well. Did I change something here? Did I improve something? No, I didn't. I keep forgetting what I have and haven't done. Okay, but at least we can get that. And we can open the door. And then we're in the proper game. And also, for some reason, let's go back to the world, because... Actually, let's save this stuff first. Hit Command M, intro, cutscene, and some other stuff. Okay, and then we open the world, because I don't like how the camera no longer looks at, or can no longer see the player when it's rotating around in that intro cutscene, or the actual, like, whatever it is. Godot, take your time. Is it actually loading? I don't think it is. There we are. Godot just cannot handle this scene, which is weird, because it's not that big. I mean, it's the whole game, but it's not that big. What I should probably do is I should have these scenes here just be like reference it. Well, how would I do that in a way that wouldn't make it take forever to load? Because I still need to be able to, like, see the scenes. I guess I could just have, like, a scene preview. So instead of having the packed scene here, I just have a node called, like, packed scene. And then we would just have it called, or have a preview. Oh, that'd be miserable. That'd be horrible to work with. Because then I'd have to, like, do something fancy in Blender and whatever. Well, actually, I think I could do it. But I won't bother, because it's not that bad. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal right now. Why is this called Bill House 2? Whatever. Okay. Back to my brain activation. Oh yeah. The thing that I was complaining about. Cutscenes. Intro cutscene. Basically, where to, the camera no longer can see the player For some reason. I've, like, changed how it works. There we go. So now we should have it right there. And then position, rotation. And then we should go to the very end as well. Position. Let's copy the position here. Thank you, Godot, for adding one. Okay, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die. Holy shit. Are you kidding me, Godot? And the fun thing is, if you have a frame that's like, or if you have any frame that's off the timeline, it just doesn't apply. It doesn't do any sort of like interpolation or assume that it's like the last frame. It just doesn't use it. Okay, well. Can I duplicate key? No. That's not oh wait, no, that's not even what I wanted here. Just copy this value. Paste it here. Copy that value. Paste it there. And then we'll need to rotate this by 360 degrees. So that's going to be negative 304.7. So if we go to here and then we play from right here, it should reset perfectly when it loops. Because now this whole thing loops. Okay. The only issue is the velocity. Oh, it's, okay, hang on. Wait, yeah, this is still going the wrong way. I think I actually want this value now. Take your time, Godot. Because I think this is... No, this is more than 180 degrees. I don't think this is right either. But maybe it is? Yeah, no, that's totally wrong. So then... Okay, I think it's because now... Okay, I see the issue. It's because now this one rotates like that first. So we need that to go a little bit to... What I really need is probably like this. Center it there, and then have it move elsewhere. So we just have it go like that, and then... Wait, what the fuck did it just do? Did I not keyframe the things that I keyframed explicitly? What did I just do? Is the camera okay? Delete these fucking keyframes. I'm pressing the button to keyframe the keys. To frame the keys, so to speak. So if I position, and then rotation, that should, in theory, have put the fucking... Oh my fucking god. Are these not... Okay, hang on. Put this to linear. What the fuck does that mean? Whatever. Whatever. I don't care. Copy that value. Paste it to here. Copy this value. Paste it to here. And so that means that if we subtract 360, this is going to be negative 253.1. And then if we come into here and we observe closely, we observe this beautiful window here, we should see it seamlessly go, except for the fact that now the animation, the velocity changes quite a bit because we have the thing there. So let's do like a cubic here, first of all. Okay, so the whole issue was that the cubic interpolation is really confusing. But now what I can do is I'm just going to drag these a little bit over here. Maybe these a little bit more. This will be fine. And we're going to watch this for the full 80 seconds. Nah, I don't care that much. We're going to move to like here. Just make sure there's no massive shifts in velocity. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay. Oh yeah, we need to start another new game. Alright. Wait, why did I need to start this again? Oh yeah, just to check that the cutscene works, but I know the cutscene works. Oh wait, no. I guess it's just to make sure that it's properly framing the character. That's fine. The only issue is that over there. Okay, so let's go to the station. So does this have... Okay, that's where the issue is. Classic. Take your time, kiddo. I have all day. Okay. Close all. Oh, interesting. It also, like, focuses on that house specifically. I like this. Wait, did I always have the ability? Hang on. I'm just realizing that I always had the ability to show a tutorial after the item pickup is gone. So what I'm going to do is do that. Adjust intro cutscene. Okay, and then I'm going to go to the player. So where do we do the tutorial stickers? Yeah, when we show a sticker. When we show an item, how do we do that? Because yeah, we have show camera tutorial here, but where do we do that? On item ID dismissed. Okay. So we should have the sticker UI do that as well. Take your time, kiddo. Oh wait, no. It's already open. It just didn't show it. Sticker. Dismissed. Wait. Show sticker. So item get. So what does item get do? Item get UI. Dismissed. Item. Oh, okay. Show sticker. Item new sticker. Oh, okay. Perfect. So basically, what I need is when we go to the UI, sticker, or like tutorial, we don't do this here. we do that for dismissed. If item ID equals that, elif item ID equals sticker. Because we always have the sticker there. Okay. That should work, just naturally. Yeah, I forgot that I had the whole system in place for, like, showing tutorials for items after you dismiss the UI for it. Because that was another, like, annoying thing that I didn't like, but just couldn't be bothered to fix. Okay. And let's find a good sticker. I guess it's going to be in the junkyard, because that's the only one I can remember. I want to get... There we go. I did that on purpose. Simply for the enjoyment of it. Okay. And now, there we go. Now we have cool stickers. And now the tutorial for showing, or for using the stickers only shows up after you get the sticker and dismiss the UI for it, rather than having two things show up at the same time. I always take that photo. All right. My brain is, like, scrambled. Actually, I just realized, what if I just call it a day now? So yeah, I wasted a bunch of time with the rigid bodies, but you gotta waste time every once in a while. So, nicer timing for sticker tutorial. Actually, what is the error here? That's the ghost body. I gotta fix that warning eventually, maybe, but for now I'm fine with it. Okay. Let's call that good for now. I got a lot of stuff to do for the tutorial, or this intro area still, but I'll do it off stream or something, or just tomorrow. But okay. Thank you for watching. I'll see you later.